Hi everybody, welcome to another exciting stream on Bowtie Gaming 14. So today we're going to be jumping back into some more Tears of the Kingdom and very likely wrapping up the side quest today and then probably doing some cave exploration after that. So on that note, time to jump right in. So I've got about... I'll double check, I think I got about 20 more side quests remaining. But I'll double check the number once I actually get going. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm mainly waiting on finding the rest of the caves because I don't know how many more caves I'm going to explore that are going to be part of side questing. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm just holding off until I finish the side quests. And then in the event that I find all the caves before the end of the session, I think I'm going to go on to moving on to monster hunting after that, and starting in the depths. Okay, so yep, I've got 3 side adventures and 11 regular side quests. So you have 14 remain. Above the Deku Tree's face, so yeah, I think I'll start with this one. That one that I've kind of had in my inventory for a while, I know is going to be the big boy. Because that's going to involve grabbing 7 orbs and bringing them to the heroine statues. I know where 4 of them are located, I just have to figure out the locations of the other 3. I know kind of one of the big hubs of some of the side quests is back in Hateno, because it's kind of the conclusion of the CC Hateno Village arc for like who they pick as the mayor. But you're supposed to talk to Reed, I think is his name. You're supposed to talk to him before the actual election happens. But yeah, considering there's about a dozen side quests left, I'm in a very good position to finish the side quest this session. Alright. Above the Deku Tree's face. Well, I know where they're at because they'll be visible with Ultra Hand. Where specifically, that remains to be discovered. Well, I know I can't get too far away because otherwise I'm going to go into Lost Woods territory. But yeah, in terms of what I'm going to be doing the rest of the week, for sure I'm going to be continuing Hat in Time on Friday. Thursday's plan, I'm kind of debating it, because, like, either I'm going to start the Dokapon Kingdom Let's Play, But part of me also wants to finish Dragon Quest 1, so I may do that tomorrow. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, that's going to be at least a couple-hour process, because I gotta take down one of the final... Well, there's the spear. I gotta take down, like, one of the final enemies before I go to the castle. Oh, I found the spear. Oh, there's the sword. Of course, I gotta get rid of something. At least temporarily. Yeah, it's like, as long as it lands in the center, I'm fine. That look on your face can mean just one thing. You found them, haven't you? You found both. So, how was it? Was it hard? Easy peasy. It was easy, huh? Well, that's no surprise to hear. You're Mr. Hero, after all. This is useful info for me, so thank you. Oh yeah, you can keep what you found as a gift. Okie dokie, there's more than just one simple round of this treasure hunt. Alright, it's time for round 2. Next, find me a forest dweller's shield. It's still hidden on the Great Deku Tree, but this time it's below his face. It's not hidden on the ground or in his navel. Wonder if you can find it this time, Welcome, Insiderman. I'm currently going through all of the post-game. I've beaten the main storyline, gone to all the shrines, gotten all the light routes. So yeah, basically, long story short, spoilers aplenty. So if you're worried about any on all spoilers, that's your warning. Yeah, so that's all I'll elaborate on that, because I don't want to spoil anything. I'm gonna drop these for now so I can get photos. Okay, I got a picture of the spear already. This. Alright, so now I'm looking for the shield. Of course, this time there's more of a window on where the shield could be at, because when they say below his face, that's a lot of different potential locations. I don't know if it's all going to be all 3 of the remaining side adventures, but I know at least one of them's the mayoral dance, or the mayoral election quest. The other 2, I'm not certain off the top of my head. I pretty much just marked all the side quest locations, but didn't really look into them because I didn't want to spoil for myself what they were before I did them. I mean, just between, like, just adding to world building, it's been nice to do all the side quests, too, because a decent amount of them give you, like, 100 rupees. So it's definitely worth it, especially with how much you need money in this game. So below his face... I mean, that could be a plethora of locations. I know generally what this thing looks like, but where it's going to be at specifically is another thing. Not that they would do this, but I have an idea. Oh shoot. When was the last time I saved? Yeah, that's the dangers about, like, diving into the depths and everything, is just like, yeah, you go too far down, you get insta-killed. Okay, so you have to just continue phase 2. This time I'm actually going to properly save. Alright. Let's try that again. It's a shame you only really have to come down here for that one boss fight and that's it. Okay, so not that low. Alright, so let's go ahead and warp back to the surface. Oh, I think this is it. Yep, there it is. And go ahead and get a picture of that already. Well, then at some point, well, I'll definitely wait to go back to do her into an area where I could see, but probably go ahead and take pictures of a lot of my materials while I got them, just because that'll mean less money I have to spend on the compendium in future states. Choose an easier spot then. Thanks for the useful info, Mr. Hero. I almost forgot. I'll give you the Forest Dweller shield you found. Also take this as a thank you. Yeah, he gives you the bow as a reward. The Koroks made this bow for Hylians. It's crafted from flexible wood and uses sturdy vines for the bowstring. Its construction may be simple, but it fires multiple arrows at once. I prepared this prize in case you found everything, but you did. Thanks for helping me make my treasure hunt the best it can be, Mr. Hero. Yeah, this is definitely one of the better bows in the game, too, because it gives you essentially 45 attack power. I mean, it's better than most of the Royal Guard bows, to put in perspective. Plus, it fires arrows very quickly, too. Alright, so that's done. So you have 10 regular side quests remain. Guess where do I want to mess around with materials? Yeah, probably back at Lookout Landing. So yeah, in terms of stuff I notice on the map, yeah, there's that one, which I gotta figure out how to initiate it. And then, yeah, there's at least a couple in Atano Village. There's this one random one in Eldon. And etc, etc. Plus there's the one that I have initiated in the Gerudo region. But for now, time to go take a bunch of pictures and stuff for the compendium. Not sure which stuff is gonna qualify as stuff I need for the compendium, but I will find out very quickly. I'm pretty much just gonna go 5 up, or, well, I guess, oh yeah, it is 5 at a time. 10 is the Zonai devices. You know, there's some stuff I really can't take good photos of, like stuff that'll scurry away like the lizards. Alright. Yep, I don't have a picture of a wild berry. Okay, I got pictures of everything else. I gotta be very careful with that bomb flower. Okay, I got pictures of everything else. And this is where I'm gonna want to save because I don't know what happens if you drop a bomb flower. I've never legitimately attempted it. I'm assuming this won't explode, but we'll find out. Okay, cool. Oh nope, I don't have a picture of an Endura carrot. Okay, I got photos of everything else. bird eggs aren't listed. Nope, sizzle fins are new. Okay, Sonic carps are new. Yeah, and I know the bugs are gonna get, are gonna leave the split second I take them out. Alright, so then there's monster materials. I think the horns in particular would count towards that stuff. Yep. Wow, I haven't taken a picture of this. Is kind of nuts. Okay, I gotta get rid of the boss bokoblin horn first. There we go. Okay, so let me get... There's like thousands of rupees I'm saving myself by doing this. Okay, so then... We... Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the photos. Yeah, that's 44 less things I have to buy from the compendium. Wow. Well, that's so far. I still gotta go through more stuff. Alright, where did I leave off? Here we go. That's probably gonna be about 50 less things I have to get photos of. Yeah, I figured Gibdo Bones would be at least one of them. Okay, nothing. Okay, then let's see. Yeah, like, just in case anything, I think. But hold on a second. Be right back. Forgot to turn the air conditioning off. decent amount of stuff I didn't get photos of, my gosh. Okay, this was the thing that I was gonna drop. Okay, so that's all the unique shields that I currently have. Then... Nope, don't have a photo of the Lionel bow. Or the Zonite bow. Alright, then I'll go ahead and empty out the album. Yeah, and that's 16 more photos that I just saved myself from getting. So yeah, that's like almost 5 dozen pictures that I didn't have to buy from Robbie already. And there's still 77 more pieces of equipment. Yeah, because currently where I'm at is... Yeah, I need like 60, 70, 80... 36... Yeah, 3 dozen creatures exactly. 40 monsters. 11 more materials. Okay, so 36... Yeah, 36, 37... 77... 87... 103... 105... 180... There's 180 more things to take pictures of still. That's nuts. So, well, I know some things are like 300 because of how rare they are, but... So yeah, 180 things have to get pictures taken of them. And like I said, because like some of them I know for a fact are going to be 300. But given that they're all 100, that is going to cost 18,000 rupees. Well, like I said, it'll probably cost more like 20 or 25,000 depending on how many of them are 300. I was like, got rid of like 5 dozen pictures that I had to get, but that's still 180 things I have to take pictures of. So, especially while I'm off monster hunting, I really got to pay attention to stuff I could take pictures of. Alright. Yeah, I doubt the clothing was going to be a part of that. Alright. So now that that's done, off to Hateno Village. Like, eventually I will bite the bullet and take, or buy pictures off of Robbie just to get that done, but, like, just that couple-minute session, like, saved me a lot of time. Or, not a lot, well, time and money, because I would have had to farm for money. For that, specifically. Well, I guess just anything I think I haven't taken a picture of, just take a picture. Actually, have I taken a picture of this duck? Yep, I have taken a picture of the duck and the fish. Alright, so I gotta go talk to Reed, who I believe is in this house. Also, any creatures I haven't taken pictures of, I may want to do that as well. I know a decent amount of them are like the songbirds, which you can't really sneak up on too much. So yeah, have I taken a picture of the frogs? Yeah, of course I can't get too... Yep, I've taken pictures of these frogs. Well, I know one notable creature that, or enemy I haven't taken a picture of is the black boss bokoblins, which I have to hunt down. Ah, you're the traveler I saw at Ventes Clothing, right? You come to check up on me because you were worried? Yeah, I lost my head back there. I'm not too proud of the way I behaved. But don't worry about me. I have a couple tricks up my sleeve against Cece. I might not be able to pull one of them off in time for the mayoral election. So I'm focusing on a second plan. To bring back a taste no one's tried here in years. What kind of taste? Way back when, my grandfather worked with someone from the village to create a special kind of food. It was too ahead of its time to catch on, so it never went further than the first trial run, but I never forgot it. Even today, I can still recall the gooey mouthfeel of one bite my grandfather shared with me. In the back of my mind, I always wanted to make it a signature staple of this village. If I could accomplish that, I'd have something I could stand up to Cece. Except I can't remember who in the village my grandfather worked on or what they created. And now that I think about it, it had a unique, pungent scent. If I could just smell the aroma again, it might jog my memory. But don't worry about my problems. Hope you have a nice, relaxing time in the village. Have you tried the farm they make, the fresh milk they make on the farm up the hill? I never start my morning without a glass. So yep, this is one of the threes. Well, either he's talking about cheese or he's talking about pizza. So I gotta get my hands on more cheese. And either I can buy it from Lookout Landing, or I can buy milk and give her cheese. Alright, take all your bottles of milk. And it's like just double checking everything. Because that's the thing too, is arrows are technically on there because of how frequently you can find them in the wild. Alright. I swear if this is boiling down to like eventually how mushrooms are gonna end up on these pizzas, I'm gonna laugh. Alright, so I gotta go decently up the hill to go grab more cheese. Yeah, because like I said before, another thing I really haven't gotten too many photos of are, well, also bugs, which are very finicky to get photos of, because if you get too close, they fly off. But you have to be close enough. So it's a tricky battle. Oh, I didn't even notice this before. She's actually got a cheese sign on there. Alright, give me all your cheese. Oh, I have to get to Bantha wheat if I don't have it in my inventory already. I'm pretty sure I have one unit, but I'll double check really quick. Yep, I have one unit of Tabantha wheat, so should be good to go, because of course I got a bunch of tomatoes. I'm assuming he's referring to cheese, but I don't know that for certain. Okay, those are just ducks. Oh, shoot! Yeah, lizards are also another thing that they'll scamper off if you try to release them, so you gotta be careful. Yeah, I know I said it once already, but just time really flies in this game. It's like, yeah, you blink and you're already playing it for 45 minutes. Or yeah, it must be cheese. What, am I smelling things, or do I detect a certain unique pungent aroma? Have some cheese. This is just what I've been looking for. My grandfather developed it with a fellow villager. Ateno cheese. Makes sense my grandfather would have been working with someone from the farm up there. It's a miracle that Koya not only found the recipe, but managed to reproduce it. But this is great news. It's a clear sign that we ought to make Ateno cheese a new village staple. That ought to swing the election for me. Let me pay you for that cheese, okay? Whoa. Believe me, it's worth every rupee. Now then, I should get in touch with Koyan so we can start preparing for a mass production. I'll ask the Ateno Village General Store and some traveling merchants to add it to their wares, too. Shouldn't take much more than to tip the election my way. Should come out and watch it happen. The mayoral election begins soon, if I remember right. Thanks to you, it should be a shoo-in to win. I think I'll head out to meet Sophie soon. Alright, and that begins the mayoral election. Talk to Sophie in front of Ventes Clothing to get the Ateno Village mayoral election underway. Should be interesting to see how this plays out. Now it's time to actually vote. Oh yep, they actually are selling it at the general store now. Sweet. Everything's ready. It's time to get the election for the village mayor started. Nice day for an election, don't you think? Everyone's gathering in the plaza. I mean, they both got contenders. Like, he's bringing cheese and she's bringing the fashion. And now, without further ado, let's have each of our candidates for mayor say a few words. Hi, I'm Reed. I believe that in the heart of our village is pastoral culture. We built a close-knit, self-sufficient lifestyle here at Ateno, and I don't want to see us lose that. My plan is to strengthen our community with new local specialties, starting with our brand new Ateno cheese. I am the world-renowned Cece, Hyrule's premier fashion designer, but you knew that, of course. Together we can turn this backwater village into Hyrule's go-to destination for all things stylish. Vegetables don't make the world go round. It's glamour that rakes in the cash. And no one knows glamour like me, darlings. Fashion comes and goes. Your style is trendy now, but it'll be over soon, and then what will there be? Nonsense. It's trends that shape the world, not the other way around. That's enough! Sophie? Both of you are just arguing for more of what you like, not what's best for Ateno. You can't fool me, Cece. You love simple, plain things forever, including the vegetables of Ateno Village. I know for a fact that you hide in the silo at night to snack on vegetables. More, where did you get such a curious notion? And you, Reed, your secret's out too. I know why you've been secretly studying Cece's designs in the shed. You think there's something there you could use to get the youth to care about vegetable farming. Now, who went and told you that? Nope, the jig is up. Cece, I can't deny any of that. Should have made me happy that you came and livened up the village. No, Reed, I should be ashamed. My childish pride would not allow me to admit the truth. The trends and styles I made and name are built on the foundation of traditional culture that our forebears worked for. Please forgive me, everyone. I'm sorry, too. Sophie, I hereby withdraw my candidacy. Cece, wait. It'd be a fool to pretend you're not the reason our village is flourishing. I don't want to deny you and your due. Did I hear you're working on new vegetables to attract the youth of today? Sounds like a Cece-worthy endeavor. There's nothing wrong with asking if you can help, you know. People of Ateno, we've come to a decision. The best way to keep Ateno Village vibrant is to work together to combine traditional culture with new ideas. Sophie and Clavia told me what you did on our behalf. Thanks to you, Ateno Village is thriving once more. We ought to reward such fine work, Come to Ventes Clothing when you have a moment. I knew, of course, that you've been in cahoots with Sophie, but I never dreamed you'd also been conspiring with Clavia. Still, we call that election a success. Do you remember what we discussed when you first came here? The CC hat's the latest masterpiece from the CC collection. See these luxurious curves, the avant-garde colorway? Everything about the hat's perfect. So I've been saving it to bequeath to the perfect model. You grasp it? What I'm getting at? It's you that I want to model my CC hat. You who have saved not just Atano Village, but also me and Reed. My perfect hat's unsuitable for anyone else to wear. And besides, let's not pretend it won't look absolutely dashing on you. Here we are. An avant-garde masterpiece designed by CC, guaranteed to make the fashionistas' heads turn. Now put on that CC hat and lord it over the whole world. Tidy, I should reinvent myself and open Ventest clothing anew. Sylvia, there's work to be done, sister. As for myself, I've had a long think about where to take my brand from here. To begin with, I'll study my collection of unique goods designed by our forebears. See if you're happen to part ways with precious apparel that's too rare to be purchased. I might have something in my collection that can serve as a guide. So yep, now you can buy the Hylian tunic, the base of the... Wow, so it's definitely in your best interest to buy the base of the outfit, or to get it from Hyrule Castle, because otherwise it runs for 2,200 rupees. But yeah, now you can buy the base set, which... Okay, so yeah, that's your benefit, is that these things run for super cheap if you get it through Sophie. Like, super cheap. And then, yeah, you can also buy the base of the Royal Guard outfit, but it's really expensive. Alright, there might be another side quest that I can go talk to Reed about. Because, yeah, there's one more side adventure, and before I do the other remaining side quests, I really want to figure out what this remaining side adventure is. Because then I know everything that's remaining is side quests, specifically. And meanwhile, that soup ladle is still on fire. Alright, so I'm just gonna double check my quest list to see which one's missing, because I can't definitively say which side adventures left. Because that's gonna be top priority before I go for the rest of the side quests. Alright, let me consult my guide. Okay, so here's the side adventure, so let's see which one's missing. Okay, this one's not listed in order of what's in the game. The side quest list is, but not the side adventures. Alright. I'll be back in a minute. Just gonna go ahead and research this. Alright, so I know where the final one is. I might have to come back here for more side quests, but the last side adventure is the one on top of the Temple of Time. So that is where I will head next. Yeah, because then I know that I'm only going to be looking at the side quests specifically when I'm looking for the remaining, like, 10 of them. Or I guess 9, because I already have one of them queued up. And those are actually listed in order, so I just, now that I'm down to that many, I'll eventually just be able to pinpoint them with beacons rather than markers. Or with, what are they called? Stamps, okay. Don't mind me, just gonna take your picture. And just casually insta-kill you. Oh, I never got a picture of this. Wow. Well, I know some of the ones with the weapons are gonna be the plus versions of some of the weapons, which are only found in the depths. So I'm down there killing monsters, I'm definitely gonna have to make sure I keep track of all that stuff. Alright, time to ascend to the top of the temple. Alright, so to initiate the side quest, we're just gonna go talk to this construct. I have been waiting for you. My purpose is to conduct a ceremony to test the strength of any visitors. Those who pass are told the story of the Great Sky Island. Since you're qualified to attempt the ceremony, please inform me when you're prepared to begin. Legend of the Great Sky. Are you ready to attempt the ceremony so that you may hear my story? Yes, I'm ready. Very well, I'll explain. It's quite simple. You must light the 3 fires on this island and then return here within the time limit. You have 12 hours. The sound of the time bell will signal the start of the ceremony. It will end with the sound of the next bell. There will be a delay before the ceremony can begin. Please wait here until the time bell tomorrow morning. You can start then. Is this acceptable? Understood. Let's wait for the islands to rise precisely at the time of the 7 a.m. time bell. So we have until 7 p.m. And I'm guessing he'll explain if we're allowed to warp or not. I hope so, otherwise I don't know. Thank you for waiting. The time has come. Light the 3 fires, then return here before the next time bell rings 12 hours from now. But you must not set foot on any surface other than the roof of this temple during the ceremony. You have 12 hours. Wait, we can't touch the ground? How the heck is that gonna work? Okay, good, they are marked on the map. Okay, so... just so I actually have beacons, how the heck is this gonna work? Like... because, like, we somehow have to light the fire without touching the ground. Like, what? How the heck is this gonna work? Alright, I gotta go to the sky. Alright, let's see. Okay, so apparently the key is using the Zora armor to ascend waterfalls, which I suppose makes sense, because you're technically not touching the ground when you do that, and also you replenish your stamina. Okie dokie, so let's go ahead and equip the Zora armor. Oh, I see, we can't save. Alright, so I guess what's going to be the optimal strategy here? Alright, and then we don't get Tulin either, so that's gonna... yeah, because I can see how I'd potentially get the first one. Basically, you climb this waterfall, hit with arrow, climb up the next waterfall, go to next destination, etc. There's the first one. Okay, so then we gotta hit this one up way over here, or that one. I'll head towards this one next. Plus, I am not even 100% certain where the torch is. I mean, to be fair, they are pretty generous because there are a decent amount of waterfalls on this island. Okay, there's the next torch. I'm gonna go ahead and ascend up this waterfall just so I got some height. And then a little bit down, and then... Oh, nope, I missed. Okay, there's number 2. Then I'll go ahead and hit up this waterfall to get to number 3. And then I just have to get all the way back to the Temple of Time without touching the ground. Pause really quick. Alright. Okay, and then where's number 3? Okay, so I gotta head towards the yellow beacon, which I should be able to hit that waterfall from below. Yeah, because I pretty much gotta go around this island and then hit the waterfall. Yeah, because like I said before, I know the other trick with this particular challenge is that you can't use Tulin's ability. You have to be able to do this cold turkey without it. Alright. And then there's the third torch. Oh, nope, it missed. Okay, that hit. So then I'll go ahead and grab this. Then I gotta make it all the way back. So pretty much just continue to hit up the waterfalls. But then more specifically, I gotta hit one that's gonna get me high enough to get me up, all the way up. Yeah, apparently the time limit's pretty generous, which, yeah, as I considering I've only spent 3.5 in-game hours so far, I definitely can see that. Well, and pretty much how I'm doing this is like fastest case scenario anyways. Yeah, so I gotta make my way all the way back over there. Alright. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to hit... Yeah, because in order to make it all the way up there, I pretty much have to go to that one all the way over there and then go from there. Problem is, I'm not sure if I'm going to have enough height. Although, actually, I think I might have an idea. Definitely got enough stamina to pull this off. And even if I didn't, I have enough stamina meals. Pretty much got to hit this particular waterfall, specifically on this portion of it. Alright, that should give me enough distance to hit specifically the right portion of that waterfall, and that should get me back. Well, I mean, it almost has to, otherwise you really can't reach. And boop. Well done, you have proven yourself capable. I will now tell you the story of the Great Sky Island as promised. The temple of time and land it sits upon were once found on the surface of this world. This has changed. Its land and the land surrounding it now float in the sky. There's a reason for this. The hero who would defeat the Demon King will one day awaken at this very site. The site must be kept safe from the Demon King and his followers. It was therefore raised high into the skies. This tremendous power of the sages accomplished this feat long ago. That's the story of the Great Sky Island. The sages who raised this land into the sky directed me to give you this token to the one who heard my story. It's now yours. Alright, so that is all side adventures complete. And there are 10 side quests remaining. And like the side adventure, I may have to double check which ones I'm missing after a bit. Did I get the picture for Riverside Stable? I'll double check. I don't know if I did. Well, I gotta go to the ground. Get back to my armor bits. Alright. So there actually might be one more photo, or stable photo that I have to get. Considering I didn't take it off the map, I'm assuming I didn't do this one yet. Nope, I didn't. Alright. Alright, so we got another photo to grab. The Great Goddess statue. I'm assuming it's the one I'm thinking of. Well, of course, now that it's been restored as well. I don't know if you could get a photo of it once toppled or not. Yeah, this is it. I'll get a little closer. And double check that that worked. Alright, cool. Back to the stable. Well, but that's truly the last one. Then yeah, that one where we had to go to a sky island was definitely the hardest photo. Yeah, like I said, the final two quests, which are the two main quests, get accomplished when you beat the game, which is basically defeating Ganondorf and rescuing Zelda from her dragony situation. Energizing crab stir fry. And a diamond. And an enduring carrot cake. Wow. Thank you for a truly splendid picture. So I think that means I got all those ones done, which is why I got an extra reward for it. Alright, so 9 remain. Okay, so then... yeah, there's that one, which I gotta figure that out. I'll go hit up this one first. Alright, where's the tower at? Oh yeah, so there's at least 2 in the Death Mountain region. So between those 2 and the one I already have queued up, that's already a third of the remaining ones. Plus I know a location of a 4th one. The other 5, I'll have to double check the map. Because once I got the side quest queued up, I don't need to know the location of it anymore. Alright, so we're off to the red marker. Still got a bit of distance to go. Now I don't want to go too much lower because otherwise I'm not going to be able to make it. I know, to be fair, I probably could have hit this from higher up the mountain, but oh well. I'm locked in. I'm definitely going to hit the other one up from higher up the mountain. Almost there. Not sure if the entrance of this thing is going to be in a cave. Because if we're going off the exact location, there's nothing here. Although I do see a Korok seed puzzle over there, so I'll go hit that up first. Yeah! Yeah, like I said before, the more of these I can crank out, the better, because then that'll be less Korok seed grinding for me when I get to the Korokening. Alright, so... there's one particular cave that I didn't get the Korok seed for, not the Booble gem, so I'll probably hit that up while I'm over here. Because that very well might be where the side quest is located. Actually, now that I think about it, if it's the cave I'm thinking of, there's actually 3 side quests down there. I just have to get down there, of course. Yeah, I just have to find the cave entrance again. Which in and of itself might take a bit. Oh shoot, the bow's on fire. Alright, cool. So what's this cave called? Southern Mine. Alright. Let me see if I can get a picture of this warm darner without falling off a cliff. I don't know if that counted or not. Haha. Apparently this is the cave entrance. It's obviously not where it's really at. Maybe I gotta hit it from down here. Yep, definitely have to hit it from down here. Yeah, because it's basically a 3-part series of side quests that involve like a minecart minigame. Which I skipped it earlier, and also I gotta go find the Booble frog. Probably gonna search for that before I go talk to these Gorons. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go talk to him first. Why not? Customer, we got a customer here. You ready, little brothers? Here we go. From morning till morning, it smiles all the time. Hey, Gabetta, what's your face doing? Get it together, man. My face? What about your face? Not in front of the customers, brothers. Less bickering, more smiling. Okay, let's take it from the top. Ready? And from morning till morning, it smiles all the time. Welcome to Minecart Land, where minecarts mean smiles. Brought to you by the one and only Yonobo Co. The rules are simple. You ride a minecart down the track, popping as many targets as you can within the time limit. You want to use arrows to pop the targets. Oh, and don't leave the cart or it's game over. Pop 5 or more and you win. Keep things fair, you'll be riding in our dear old cart. No outside carts allowed. Put the cart on the track, get in, and start smiling. And to celebrate, your first ride's free. We'll even give you 10 arrows on the house. Kabeta, your face, you're doing it again. You're gonna scare away the customer. Look at me, you gotta smile. Like this. Please don't mind them. Now it's time to hop in the cart. This is a self-service kind of joint, so you'll be the one to put the cart on the track. Minecart Land open for business. Oh, I see we're locked into a side quest, that's why I won't let you save. What the heck? There we go. You ready to roll? Let the game begin. Wait a sec while I get the target set up. Here we go. Shoot, missed. Oh, crap. Darn it, missed. Darn it. Well, I hit 6, so I win this round. Okay, that's 10. Oh, there's a sneaky hidden one there. Well, I only had to get 5, so that was a good run. Time to announce the results. Looks like you hit a total of 10. Smile. Amazing, that makes you a winner. Oh, no, I was so surprised I forgot to smile. Here's your prize, offered up the biggest of smiles. Your smile still has room to grow, but lucky for you, we prepped a high-speed course geared towards up-and-comers. If you're interested, come talk to me instead of my brother. Quick shot course. Alright, now we can save. My game's a little different from Beg's. It's custom craft for a slightly tougher challenge. Put your rapid fire shooting to the test. You in? So quick. Fast response time you got. Good stuff, let's speed through the rules. You hop in the cart, roll down, and shoot 7 targets as quick as you can. And no getting out. Pop all the targets within 1 minute and 20 seconds and you win. Alright, so this round's free, plus I get 10 more. And I'm definitely going to want the Forest Dweller's bow for this because it's a bit more rapid fire. Alright, here we go. Ready for some speed? All set. Let's go. I'll get the targets ready. Time to roll. Well, that's great because it shoots off 3 arrows at once. Alright, done. You hit 7, that's game. Let's hear the results. Your run was 32 seconds. So fast. Fantastic, you completed that course in the blink of an eye. Hang on a second. Oh, so son, I forgot to smile for you. Here's your prize, happy face and all. You beat both my brother's courses. You're pretty incredible, you know that? Watching you handle that minecart gave me an idea for a course of my own. I'm gonna set it up at Death Mountain. In fact, I'm gonna go set it up now. Come and give it a try when you can. Alright, side quest 3, but first I gotta go find that booble frog. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Oh, here it is, cool. Alright, so then where did he go off to? Right next to the shrine, nice. Be interesting to see what this is gonna be like. Oh, I think he's up here. I just knew you'd come. Turning Deathbound into a minecart course is a pretty groundbreaking idea, if I do say so myself. I was hoping it'd be minecart land's main attraction, but the idea is so groundbreaking I haven't drawn in a single customer, which makes you my very first. The super hardcore course only for serious carters. And since you cleared my brother's courses, I imagine you'll take it on with a smile. You wouldn't have come all this way if you weren't gonna play, right? Oh, I'm gonna play. I know you would. The rules are simple as can be. Shoot down at least 8 targets while riding the cart and reach the goal within the time limit to win. You do tend to pick up a lot of speed racing down a mountain though, so watch out for that. You'll be using my personal minecart. No other carts allowed. Put the minecart on the track, get in, and the game will begin. To celebrate your mountain climbing courage, I'll let you play for free. Not skimping on the arrows either. You earned them. Get as ready as you need to. Alright, I'm gonna grab this Sundelion first. Alright, let's see how extreme this gets. You ready to go? Alright, let's start the game. Just give me a minute and let me get the target set up. Have a good time. Alright, here we go. We gotta get 8. Shoot. Okay, got it. Shoot, I missed. Hopefully there's more than 8 targets, otherwise it's gonna suck. Okay, got 8, so I just gotta make it down to the bottom. Guessing there must be at least 20 targets. Oh, shoot. So yeah, there's a total of 20. Goal! Thought it was a worthy cause. Time to announce the results. This time you hit 19 targets. I didn't think anyone would be able to clear my course. Gotta say, you're incredible. Here's your prize. Pretty cool, huh? You should take that cloth southeast of the dye shop in Ateno Village. I'm sure they can make it even cooler. Always be happy to welcome you back to Minecart Land. Even happier to shock us with the highest record. I mean, I was one shy away from perfect, so I'll take it. Alright, next side quest. 6 remain, 5 of which I haven't initiated yet. And this one I'm fairly certain is going to involve going into this cave. Alright, Death Mountain West Site. Alright, let's see who's going to be the initiator of side quests. Alright, so now I'm in the vicinity. I'll just go ahead and remark it on the map. Nope, it's not this dude, although there is something over here, which I will gladly use Unova for. Once you get past the tracks. Okay, just some wheels. I'm gonna go in the cave. Death Mountain West Tunnel. Well, there's a Goron over there, so he might be the one who's initiating the side quest. Yep. Just when I thought I was finally on the way, it's a piddly Hylian. The stinking track broke and I'm stuck here. None of the other workers even noticed. Great, just great. At this rate, I'll be lonely. So yeah, you gotta figure out a way to get me out of here. It's really simple. Just let me know when I get in the cart and send it flying. Done. Oh, but you're all piddly. Excuse me, sir. I am not piddly. I am the hero of Hyrule. Before we help him, let's go find a Booble Frog. There's bound to be one around here somewhere. Also, that is a nice helping of rockets. Alright, there's the Booble Frog. So I'm going to get rid of this marker. Alright, so once this one's done, we'll be down to 4 side quests, or no, 5. 4 that I haven't discovered yet. Which I might just do that one next once I'm done with it, unless I find another marker on the map. Alright, so... I'm assuming this is going to involve these rockets, but how specifically we'll find out. Oh, there's a chest in here. Grab that sucker while I'm at it. Oh, another location of a cobble crusher. Nice. There's at least 2 chests that have cobble crushers then. Part of me wants to save it in case I break the boulder breaker, but I don't know. Alright, I might need this fan too. Go ahead and get this set up. I don't know how this is going to work in reality, but we'll find out. Plus, I gotta figure out what side's the front. Alright. Alright, so... It should do it, but I don't know how this is gonna work. Alright, then I gotta wait for him to stop freaking the heck out. Oh wow, I didn't... So yeah, he really did give us 5 carrot cakes. Which you use 2 Endura carrots to bantha wheat. Okay, so if they give you the food, it does count, so that's nice. Okay, so roasting stuff counts. As well as icing stuff. And then all the elixirs. Okay, so this is the final one, so I have 90 out of 228 meals registered. Try getting on the cart. Sure thing, boss. Godspeed. Or excuse me, highly a speed. I mean, it seems like it worked. Well, I stayed on the tracks too, so there we go. What was that? The outside, I escaped. So you just gotta get him across the ledge, and then you can pretty much just carry him the rest of the way. Thank you. Now I don't have to think about returning to the dust all alone. As a reward, I'll give you what I found back in that cave. Around here, you can't get rock roast, just ugly, strange vehicles. I'm gonna tell President Yonobo and get my assignment changed. Alright. 5 side quests remain. 4 of which I don't definitively have queued up. Alright, let's see if I can spot any more on the map. Otherwise, they might be in duplicate locations and I might have to re-find them. Okay, so yep, here's one of them. Okay, so that's 2 out of 5, so the other 3 I gotta figure those out. Alright, so let's see where this one's actually on the map, because when I tried to find it earlier, it didn't work. Okay, side quests. Alright, I gotta idle and then side quests. Okay, so apparently you're supposed to talk to the dude over here. I mean, there's pretty much 1 of 2 things I could do. I could either initiate the remaining 5, or just do them and then finish them as time goes on. I guess it's my preference, because I'm finishing them regardless. Yeah, and like I said, the one with grabbing all 7 orbs is going to be a massive undertaking, because I got to get all 7 of them over to the statues. Because it was originally a shrine quest in Breath of the Wild, but all the orbs were actually in that vicinity. Whereas now, they're kind of scattered throughout the Gerudo region. It's a bit trickier. Actually, looks like here's a Korok seed puzzle, so I'll grab that while I'm passing by. Alright, let's see where the loose rock is. Okay, there it is. Okay, so looks like this is a whole diamond, so then 1 rock goes over here, and 1 rock goes over there, and that should do it. Cool. Yeah! I mean, 800's still a lot of Korok seeds, but at least that's a 5th of them down by the time I probably get around to it. Because I know I have a few of them on the map already that I could go get to at some point. But where's Denral? Or no, it's, yeah, it's definitely gonna be Faroche. Guess it makes the heat go up just like Denral. Oh no, it's the fact that I'm in the desert, never mind. Never mind. Do I have any of those kind of meals? Nope. Oh yeah, I suppose I could just put on heat-resistant pants. There we go, cool. Especially since these things have a decent amount of defense at this point. Okay, I should be almost there. Alright, so apparently the initiator of the side quest is around here somewhere. Yep, here we go. Hey! Oh, sorry if I seem disappointed. I just thought our friends might have returned. We got separated from 3 of our friends on the road in Gerudo Canyon. One of them has come back, but the other 2 are still out there somewhere. The longer they're gone, the more worried I get. What if they're lost or hurt? They're experienced travelers, I'm sure they'll be fine. They probably stopped to rest in a cave or under some shade along the road since the canyon's gotten so hot during the day. Not to say they'll travel faster at night. It's so cold they may have to start a fire to keep from freezing. But they'll be back in due time. We just have to be patient. I hope you're right. Disaster in Gerudo Canyon. So yeah, we found this dude earlier. So we have to find his 2 compatriots. But first I'm gonna double check if I could find any side quest markers, otherwise the other 3 might be in duplicate locations from other ones I did. Because yeah, it's like now I'm getting down to the wire on how many are left. Yeah, and another thing I want to do is, I'm not 100% certain that I did that, that Coliseum, so I might go double check that once I get to a good point. Alright, so I don't see any on the map, so I'll have to double check the 3 that are left. Like, maybe I'll do these 2 side quests and then just see which 3 are remaining afterwards. Because these 2 alone are definitely going to take a bit. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so I found that dude already. Apparently there's another dude here-ish. Now let's see where the 3rd one's at. Yeah, and then I gotta go back to both caves and get... Okay, so yeah, that was the dude that I found earlier, so... Alright, let's go ahead and... do that. Plus, there's a couple of caves around here that they might be in that I haven't gotten to yet. Here's a fire. Hey, you're back. I'm still stuck here. Since that night out in the cold, I can hardly turn my neck, let alone get up and walk. I think a spicy pepper is just about the only thing that'll warm me up. Here you go. How kind of you. You're warming my heart. Now to warm the rest of me. Let's cook. Loose and limber. You really saved me there. Seeds and travelers I may be, but I guess even pros make mistakes sometimes. My friends must be worried sick. I'll have to head out soon. Thanks for your help. I owe you one. Alright, there's dude number 2. Okay, yep, this is the cave. Or one of the caves. And there's the booble frog. Yeah, I gotta really stock up on arrows soon. Because I'm getting down to the wire. Alright, let's see if there's anything further down. So there's the main point of interest right there. And we got some riblins. Okay, and this is where it goes out the other side. I'm not sure if this is a cave or a cave entrance. Find out later. Now I'll go ahead and warp back up and go try to find the third guy. This guy needs a splash fruit, which of course we got a plethora of those. See, I think the plan is I'll do this side quest, I'll do the one with the orbs, and then I'll locate the other 3 side quests. Since I don't currently know their locations. Well, actually, I might go check out the Coliseum before I go to the second one. No, that's just, oh, I see what this is. I'm supposed to put, this rock in here. I gotcha. Of course, I gotta do it properly. Which might be kind of tricky. Stay in there. Yeah! Right, there we go. See if I can find that cave that's around there somewhere. Apparently it's somewhere in this vicinity. Might be further up the cliff. Oh, I got an idea. First, I'm going to make sure I use one of my other shields. Yep, 2 uses already broke the shield. My gosh. It's apparently in this general vicinity, I just don't see it yet. Well, it was a weak shield, it's not that big of a deal. Might have to find that one later. Oh, I see, I didn't break it yet. How are you not broken? Oh, yep, there's a bonfire down there. You found me. Assured no one come looking for me all the way out here. Got split up from my friends. Tried looking for him, but the dehydration shit set in and I couldn't move. I could sure go for a squash of splash fruit. Here you go. Oh, I could kiss you right now. Thanks. Ah, now that's refreshing. Never in my life have I been so grateful for splash fruit. Now that I think about it, yep, my limbs work again. Better go meet up with my friends, eh? Thanks for the save, pal. Break, you darn shield. Break. Break. Alright, I guess I'll keep using it until it actually breaks. Break. Break. There he goes. Like, break, gosh darn it. Alright, so then I got him to go back to the pass. Then I know 4 of the orb locations, I just have to figure out the other 3 orb locations. Once I get it situated, then I got a general idea of how I can go about getting the orbs over there. Alright. Oh, it's you!
Oi!
Oi, everyone gather around! All 3 of our friends came back. That was your doing, wasn't it? Thank you very, very, very much. Here's a little something for you. Don't be modest. You deserve... Ooh, yes. Now it's high time for us to get back on the road. Stay safe out there. Alright, that's done. 3 remain that aren't that side quest. Of course, I just gotta scroll all the way up to the top. Alright. Alright, so then, first things first, I'm gonna go buy some arrows, because I am in desperate need of arrows. I'm desperate need of arrows. I'm down to only 2 dozen. Alright. Alright, where's Beetle at? Here we go. See if I can sell anything. Yeah, I'll go and sell the meat stealer. Well, they gave me a little more money. Alright, so now I'm up to 53. Alright, let's Let's go back to Lookout Landing and go buy some more arrows. Like I said, I swear you can never have enough arrows in this game. It's like one moment you have several hundred, the next you're only down to like 10. Especially when you're hunting for animals. Alright. Yeah, boy, do I have a bunch of these suckers. I'll go ahead and sell 200 of them. $240. Then I'll sell some moblin teeth. And I'll sell some bokoblin fangs. Alright, let's see what else I have a surplus of. I'll keep like 100 of each thing for now. Definitely start selling some rock salts. Alright, there we go. Give you a fat chunk of change. Alright, I'm pretty much just gonna go to all the stables and talk to Beetle and just get at least like 100, maybe even like 200 arrows. I want to have a, especially when I'm going to be going monster hunting, I definitely want to have a fat stock of arrows. The nice part about unlocking all the stables is that you could pretty much go and get like 1 to 200 arrows easily. Well, between that and all the towns. Yeah, meanwhile, Waffles is still there. Right where I left him. next stable. That's 133. Yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna keep going until I get 200, at least 200 arrows. That'll give me a decent supply for now. Well, I mean, for the Gleox, like, you easily go through dozens of arrows alone. Look, there's not too many of those in the depths. Like, I'm keeping this man in business. That's 158. Next stable. Probably have to hit up at least 2, I'm guessing. Alright, yep, I'll hit up one more stable and then that'll be good for now. Alright, I'll go to that one. Alright. Alright, so that gives me 213 arrows, so definitely got a good stock now. That was a Korok puzzle. I'll do that while I'm over here. Let's see where we're going. Decently over there. Well, this looks like a job for a horse. Give me butter.
Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Oh.
Wonder if the Korok reset. Nope, they're still around here somewhere. There we go. Alright, time to go for a ride. Alright, good job, Butter. Yeah! Okie dokie, so now that that's done, just gonna go double check if I'm pretty sure I did this Coliseum, but I'll double check. And then we'll be off to doing the Orbs side quest, as I'm gonna call it. Alright. Mysterious Eighth. Alright, there's no glowing chest. Yeah, it's like, that's how I know if I've done it or not. Alright, so let's start off by going to Gerudo Town, because I know this is where at least 3 of the orbs are located. Oh, I see. We're not going to the big statues. We're just going to the ones that are down there. So the first 4 are going to be easy, and there's one at the bazaar, which will take a bit more effort. Hmm? Oh, you brought the orb. You agree it contains one of the heroine's spirits, right? But right, and something interesting should happen when we return the orb to a heroine statue. Could I ask you to try placing the orb in a statue's hand? Okay, so yeah, she's gonna have 3 bits of dialogue here. Okay, so this is the circle orb. Incredible, it fits perfectly. I had a feeling based on the shape that placing the orb was the right thing to do. But placing one doesn't seem to have much effect. Maybe we'll return the orbs to all 7 the heroines, we'll see something. We might be able to meet the 8th of them. This could turn out to be the biggest discovery in Gerudo history. Good place to start would be searching for similar orbs. Maybe it's time to go to Patricia for a prophecy. Should be in the palace courtyard. Alright, so this is the... This could be tricky. There we go. Okay, so that's 3. So yeah, like I said, one I know for a fact is in Karakara Bazaar. So the question is, where are the other 3 located? Alright, here's another orb. So that's 5 out of the 7. So there's 2 that I don't know the locations of currently. Like I said, I know one of them's at the bazaar, so I'll have to grab that at some point. Oh yeah, they go ahead and switch over the sand boots. Alright, got another orb. So this one's going over here. There we go. So I got the blue, orange, and purple orbs. So I found the first two. Found that one. So yeah, there's the one at the bazaar. Okay, there's one in the sand seal pen, which is definitely one of the two that I don't know the locations of. The last one I'm definitely gonna go grab from the bazaar, unless there's another one that involves going out of Gerudo Town. But yeah, that one for sure involves leaving Gerudo Town. Which if it resets the orbs, it means I have to do that one first. Alright, so there's one by the sand seals, apparently. Alright, here's one. Okay, I got that one. So I guess part of the tricky thing apparently is that like 2 of these involve finishing side quests, which I did already. Which is they have to be done before you can fully do this side quest. Alright, so there's one more that I don't know the location of. So this is the orange orb. Okay, time to go find the remaining orb. Where's this one at? So, orb number 7 involves blowing sand off of a pile on one of the roofs. So yep, there's only one that's actually located outside of the town itself. So I'll go grab that once I've got the others. Alright, yep, here it is. Alright, then I've got one of these. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Yeah, I wasn't sure it was going to be quicker, but yes, it's quicker. Alright, then once we're done with this, off to Karakara Bazaar. Alright, there we go. Oh, shoot. Yeah, there's another cave, but that'll be for once I'm done with the side quest. there are 7 statues, so if we return all the orbs of the statues, something should happen. While you're here, could I ask you to put the orbs in the statues' hands? Nope. Hang on a minute. That was the last orb, wasn't it? This is so exciting. We'll return the spirits to all the 7 heroines. So any moment now, something should happen. Does it feel like the ground's shaking to you? Oh, the floor's moving. Quick, come over here. A hidden room. Let's go inside. I'm sorry, in all the excitement I almost forgot my manners. We wouldn't have found this hidden room without you, so you should go in first. Our hearts are full with gratitude and praise for the one who saw in us that all we could be. We've entrusted an appropriate gift in the sanctuary at North Gerudo Ruins. The outsized orb near the 8th statue should be the key that opens the way. Should be fine to come inside now, right? I want to get a better look at that stone stela. I see. The North Gerudo Ruins Sanctuary. It says this giant orb is our key. There's some large ruins just located to the north of Gerudo Town. Beneath them is a place called the Gerudo Sanctuary. It's been there often in my research. Once I found an entrance leading below on the north side. Okay, so this is where the orb was. At the time, I couldn't figure out how to get inside. Now, though, I think this large orb might be the key that opens the way beneath. And if I'm right, the truth about the mysterious 8th, which no one has ever learned before, will finally come to light. Except I'd have to carry that thing. And I got an archaeology to look at things, not carry them. I'm going to trust the task to you. You only have to carry it a little ways up to the North Gerudo Ruins. Should be no trouble for you. Do this much for me, and I will consider you a full research partner. The truth about the mysterious 8th will be something you and I will uncover together. Yeah, because I did see a place where it looked like you could put an orb, so this is the orb in question. Alright, let's see what this does. Don't mind me with the giant orb. Okay, so it actually is marked on the map. Because I did find the cave, I just couldn't get inside. Yeah, this is where you really want to have sand boots. Alright, so we're off to this direction. Pretty much like finishing all the light routes in the shrine. It's going to be interesting to see what the final side quest ends up being. And I'm definitely going to mark those with beacons because there's only 3 left. Yeah, I still gotta keep going almost to the north end of the ruins. And it should just go in. Am I around, but it should go in. And there we go. Yeah, apparently I found the bullfrog already. And there's something underneath. Oh, this is how you get to the place I couldn't get to earlier. Gotcha. Oh, got some give I gotta deal with. That's a decent sized cavern. Alright, so then where I need to go, I'm assuming, is up here. Yep, here we go, off to the left. Alright, then got another Gibdo. Then I gotta do this, or actually, Unova hopefully should spawn in here. I mean, I could use a bomb, worst case scenario, but it'd be nice if Unova spawned in. Alright, fine, I'll use a bomb. Alright, then I gotta be cautious. Statue of the 8th Heroine Room. Oh, and that's where you can get a Gerudo shield. Long ago, monstrosity of the sands attacked Gerudo Town. Its war cry rang out through the dunes like a raging demon. We 7 heroines of the Gerudo, the most stalwart chosen Vi, surged forth to engage it. Yes, his monstrosity tossed us around like the tumbling weeds. We feared the proud Gerudo would be extinguished. Then a hero appeared from afar. He marshaled the 7 heroines, counseling us to combine our strengths. The strength upon the strength that we 7 routed the monstrosity. They named the benefactor the guiding light of Gerudo. Yet through him naught but the highest praise for him he was refused entry into Gerudo Town. 'Twas Gerudo law that all but him were barred. How hollow our gratitude and praise must have rung in this hero's ears. Thus is the link between his people and the Gerudo severed. Though we never bequeathed it to him, this gift was, into which our feelings are bound is enshrined in the sanctuary. So the 8th heroine was actually a guy. Yeah, we can go ahead and grab all these, or whatever treasures we want. Go into gemstones. I'll pretty much grab whatever I want. ₹300. then we go talk to her and likely wrap up the side quest. So I wonder if it was the hero of... It was that Zonai hero from 10,000 years prior, if it was another guy. What happened to the big orb? What? You found your way into the sanctuary? So that giant orb was the key after all. Well, did you learn anything about our mysterious eighth? What? The eighth was a foe? Is that true? So 10. If you asked me what I thought the truth would turn out to be, I never would have guessed this. To say what we learned here will upend what we know about Gerudo history is an understatement. I'm gonna write up these findings as soon as I can. Don't worry, I'll mention your contributions as well. Hang on, what name should I credit you as? Link? That's a funny coincidence. Must be nice having the same name as Princess Zelda's favorite swordsman. I'll write this report up nice and thorough. I know you're excited to read it. Oh, before I forget, this is your reward. Next time you see me, I'll be the star of the Archaeological Society. Well then, Savar. Alright, side quest complete. 3 remain. And this is where it's going to likely take some research into which ones I'm missing, because I don't definitively know. Which is probably where I'm going to take, like, I'm not taking a break, but just so you guys don't have to watch me pin stuff on a map for probably 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to take a break on that sense, so I'll be back once I've pinned everything on the map. Alright, and we're back. So I found the remaining 3 side quests. One's in Goron City, one's in Kakariko Village, and one's in Ateno Village. 2 of them are kind of part 2ers to side quests I did earlier. And that should be the remaining 3. Okay, so yeah, this Goron's gonna be on top of the bridge then. Yeah, I gotta go higher. Alright, here we go. I'll never get to Garandia like this. Did you find Garandia? Oh, hey, it's you. Garandia? Garandia who? Never heard of him. Never heard of that Garandia. Is that actually a place where Gorons used to live? Definitely never heard of that, and not looking for it either. No way would I be looking for a place that has weird vehicles and exciting treasures. I most certainly didn't find minecart tracks that probably lead to this legendary place I know nothing about. And the tracks definitely don't have something wrong with them that's keeping me from looking for that place. Nope. Please don't sneak up on me like that. For a second, I thought my big secret was out. I'm gonna go check out the minecart tracks. Don't follow me. Alright, back to Death Mountain Attire. Where did the cart go? Oh, there it is. Right, it's got to be down these tracks. With all these big rocks having fallen on the tracks, I don't know what to do, and the cart won't move. Oh, gonna have to move some rocks. here's an Addison location. Oh, time for the rocket shield. Where'd they go? They're gone. Did they move on their own somehow? Whatever, I can use the tracks now. Just gotta get this minecart moving. But how do I make the cart move? Cart's ready. When did that happen? How'd you know I wanted to use it? Wait a sec, that happened the last time I saw you too. You got superpowers, don't you? That's the only way. Well, whatever, it's fixed now so I can keep going. Bye. Hey, guy. Everyone knows that a cart will move on the... Okay, see if I gotta put it on here. Actually, I'm gonna need this too. Cart's ready, then so am I. Woo! Oh, I crossed the track. Everyone says it's super fun over here. And if it's fun, that definitely means Garandi is around here. Oh, hey guy, you're still here? That's a close one. You almost heard I'm looking for Garandia. Oh, you probably want a reward, right? Alright, Garandia's, I can feel it. I can feel the fun. It's so close now. I definitely found Garandia this time. Super awesome place just for me. A little bit of treasure, and I'm the only one who knows. Alright, side quest complete. And I'm guessing that just like if you couldn't find that that whole treasure quest with Mysko's treasure, you'd do it at that particular point. Alright, 2 to go. I'll hit up the one in Kakariko next. Basically gotta go to the Kakariko Inn to initiate this side quest. Yep, and then I'll likely do 2 hours at least worth of cave exploring once I'm done with this. Welcome, friend. These eyelids feeling heavy? Then you've come to the right place. Pick any bed in this inn and it's yours for a paltry 10,000 rupees. I'm joking. Should have seen the look on your face. Yeah, I don't even work here. I stopped by hoping to catch some Z's when the owner asked me to keep an eye on the place. He said he has to go make up the beds in the survey team tents and be right back, but I don't think he's coming back. I went to look for him, but there's only 4 tents in the village and only 1 me. If you run across some sleepy-looking guys spacing out, you found your man. Alright, so I gotta go find this dude. Where's the inn owner? Ah, the spacey-looking fellow. He made the bed recently, but I haven't seen him since. Perhaps he went to that tent over there? He said he'd have an easy time finding it because of the bizarre spot on the ruins. I wonder if he made it. It wasn't over there. Hey, now get your feet off the stone slab. This is one of the priceless artifacts from the ring ruins, so please be careful. My lovely hearty truffle, fungus of my dreams, your aroma's unmistakable. You may hide, but my nose knows. Wake up, oh dear, this isn't a good place to sleep. Zaguru's not far off, and if you find someone's been sleeping on one of the stone slabs, a priceless artifact, I'll be the one who gets it. Where's the inn owner? The inn owner's him, that guy there. He came to change our beds, but I realized he'd fallen sound asleep. Nothing wakes him up. I tried shouting and then shaking him. It's more he decided to doze off on top of this priceless stone slab. He's been saying truffle now and then. Maybe he dreams of having a hearty truffle. It was bobbing along under that waterfall. I don't know if someone dropped the truffle in there or floated in from somewhere else. At this rate, hope he'll get out the stone slab. Alright, so this is where he's at. And then going over here for the hardy truffle. Guessing there's a cave over here. Kakariko Village Cave. Alright, here the Booble Frog. Oh, there it is. Hardy truffle, you're the only fungus for me. I found one once. A gentle aroma with a strong, hearty undertone. My dear hardy truffle, I have you now. Was that just a dream? And where am I? That's right, I was changing the beds. Anyway, thank you for waking me up. I need to hurry back to the inn. Oh, that traveler's gonna be so mad at me. Thanks sure help me wake the guy up. Can't believe he fell asleep on one of the priceless stone slabs. That can't have been comfortable. Anyway, I'm glad he woke up.
Ah.
Hey, there you are. Sounds like I gotta thank you for waking this guy up. And we're watching the end for me. Here's a little something for giving me my free time back. It's a high-quality concoction made of 4 sticky frogs and a bokoblin horn. Should come in handy in your rainy day adventures. Right then, now I finally take that nap. I might even splurge on a soft bed. I mean, he owes you one for free after that, my gosh. Alright, final side quest. Back to Ateno. Going by the dye shop guy and then go and drop off these fabrics. Alright, sweet. Plus I might go stop at Robbie's and go get some photos just to get that initiated. Or should I save it? So many things to use money on. Oh, hi there. I still owe you one after the mayoral election. Okay, so this one doesn't initiate until after you're done with that. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I've been doing some research towards a test run of veggies using some CC brand style. The 2 of us worked hard raising them. They're almost ready for harvest. But then a pack of monsters came and trashed the field, so the whole crop is ruined. The 2 of us aren't tough enough in a scrap to send these monsters packing. What we need is a bodyguard with some muscle to stand watch over the crops. Take the job. Oh, you'll handle it for us? That's perfect. Based on the stakeouts, the monsters come late at night and seem to go back where they came from when the sun rises. Can't let a traveler stand against those monsters alone. I'll be there fighting beside you. Or I'll try, at least. But if the monsters are too much for us and I can't take the heat, I hope you won't blame me for retreating. I know this is short notice, but I'm set to go if you are. Ready to hold this field with me until dawn? Great, let's stay here and keep the eyes peeled for monsters. Seems like the perfect side quest to end on for the whole side quest chains. It's about the time the monsters usually come to lay waste of the field. When you see them get near the field, send them packing. I don't think the monsters like it when dawn breaks, so we just gotta hold out until the sun rises. They're coming. Please, Link, help. Suppose it makes sense that they're all gonna be stealth monsters. We've beaten so many monsters already that there can't be any more coming. You did it, Link. No need to wait for sunrise. Okay, so you just have to kill them. Or, like, it's possible to kill them before sunrise. We did it! Look at the pumpkins! They're like pumpkin mushrooms. Thanks to you, the pumpkins you worked on so hard to get the chance to grow. Aren't these pumpkins beautiful? See the way they catch the sunlight and sparkle? That's it. We should call these beauties sun pumpkins. Plump, delicious sun pumpkins. Yeah, I think it's the perfect name for them. Sun pumpkins. What a great name. Here, thanks for your help. Okay, now you actually get them. A new variety of pumpkin that soaks up the sunshine in a Tano village. Baked into a dish, it can help heal the effects of... Oh, so it's... So basically, now sundalines aren't the only thing that negate gloom, and also sun pumpkins do the job. Our veggies and fields are the real jewels of a Tano village. We're lucky to have you around protecting them. We'll just got CC approval on them real quick, and then we can start selling them as a Tano signature produce. None of this would have been possible without you looking out for us. Alright, that's all the side quests done. Yep, and now that is added to the compendium. So basically him and Cece are running the village together now from what it sounds like. I mean, that was definitely a worthwhile side quest to do, my gosh. Yep, and now you can buy them at the store. I'm gonna buy all these arrows while I'm at it. Alright, so that is officially every side quest completed that aren't the two that require defeating Ganondorf done. So that being said, time to go explore all of the remaining caves, which is definitely going to bleed into at least another session. Because yeah, basically the goal right now is to go to all the caves and then hit up the remaining ones that I didn't get the Booble gems from. Once I'm done with those. Because basically I'm going to go to each cave and then I won't leave until I found the Booble frog. Just so I don't have to backtrack to too many locations. See if I can hit up Nadra while they're over here. And I'm going to need a rocket. Shoot! Oh, got it. Nadra's horn. And we're next to a cave. Sweet. Walnut Mountain Cave. Got a proper heal going after that. Well, I need a fire rod to do it, but here's a treasure. Alright, let's see what lurks within. Ooh, I finally got one of the pieces of the barbarian armor. Well, because after doing all the side quests, now I know that's kind of like the key to indicating if you found one of Mysko's treasures or not. Yeah, because I know for sure I need to get the barbarian armor, the guard, or the phantom armor, and then there's like one set that makes gliding easier. Alright, so that'll lead to the other entrance of the cave. Because I know that's what some of these are going to entail. It's going to just be finding another entrance to the cave. Ooh, got some diamond. Shouldn't be too much further. Well, now I can kind of go nuts with getting bright bloom seeds again because I sold a lot of them. Alright, and... Nope, still gotta go further. Alright, now we're good, cool. Okay, that one's done. Go hit this one up next. Plenty of caves to go to. Yeah, because as previously stated, there's 147 caves. And there's easily dozens I haven't gone to yet. Or at least dozens of entrances I haven't gone to yet. Alright, go ahead and pin that there. Launch! So the entrance is apparently around here somewhere. Here it is. It's a monster den. The Aiton Valley Cave. There you go. Bomb flower. Yep, nope, I haven't taken a picture of a black Horiblin yet. Yeah, taking a picture of a silver one, though. That's likely where the purple frog's at. there's the booble frog. Yeah, it's like this sucker's not going far. Yep. A bomb barrel spear. Then I will go over here. Another cave over here, apparently. I think this is it. Alright, cool. Okay, that's just an entrance to this cave. Alright, so I got all the booble gems in this area, so... Yeah, there's definitely a decent amount of caves in this area. So let's head over here. So it pretty much doesn't matter what order I do it, man. It's just I'm hitting them all up. Here it is. Uboda Point Cave. Yeah, like I'm not sure if you know who's gonna be able to sneak in there or not. Claymore. Okay, I definitely hear the Bogle Frog. Maybe I gotta ascend. Oh, here it is. Another cave down. Yeah, I'll just float down for the Thunderhead. Sarjon Woods Cave. That's an indication there's treasure down here. Along with a Horriblin. Round, you piece of crap. yeah, I forgot with the zone I imposed to actually use up charge. Yeah, I'm not sure if I could salvage this or not. Yeah, I might be stuck down there. Okay, there's the booble frog. Okay, so then... Okay, there's the treasure. Alright, let's see what's inside. The rubber helm. I know I have one of the pieces, but... Oh yeah, so then I'm also looking for the rubber set. Alright. So yep, I'm just missing the torso piece. Alright, so... Go and escape. You can see it all the way over there, jeez. Yep, I never took a picture of a silver boblin. Normally I'd use that, but I am that close to a cave. Apparently it's right around here somewhere. First I have to kill off the monsters. Time for battle! So the cave entrance is right around here somewhere. See if I can take a picture of a firefly while I'm at it. Alright, so this is actually where it is. I know some of these are approximations, but not the exact entrances. Oh, yep, there it is. Cool. Wasn't too far off. Pagos Woods excavation site. Complete with laser puzzles. Alright, the Booble Frog is on the other side from what it looks like. Okay, got a Zonite charge, and then I gotta figure out how to get to the Booble Frog. So I gotta look for a hole in the ground. Here we go. Pop to the blue point. Actually, I'm gonna go to the green point first because that's closer. Yeah, literally closer. Ferna Woods excavation site. Alright, Booble Frog. Probably up here if I had to guess. Yep, there we go. Floria River upstream excavation. A lot of these have puzzles from what it looks like. Topaz. And there's the Booble Frog. I feel like that's the reason alone why I need a bunch of arrows. Another one down. Alright, then I will... Yeah, I'll probably go up here and then go down to those. Both on the other side of this mountain. Alright, I'll start with the purple point. There's a Korok puzzle. Alright, got enough for their shield slot. Well, I can pretty much do either or, in whatever order I want. Well, actually, here's the first cave, so never mind. You know, Buddy Chum. Alright, cool. Como Shoreline Cave. Lots of mushrooms. Goblins. Give thee the spoils. Oh no, this is go backwards. There we go. Yeah, just funny like how the caves vary in length. Like some are like super short and some are take like a couple of minutes to explore. Especially when you don't know where the booble frog is gonna be at. Wait, what? Okay, I guess that whole time it just led to the well. Whoops. Well, it's probably quicker to just backtrack. Because otherwise I gotta climb a bunch of mountains. Well, note to self, that well connects all the way to the shoreline. Pretty sweet. Got a royal broadsword. Oh, that's why it didn't work, it was an axe. Oh well. Alright, onto that cave. You guys in a while. Oh, I think I remember seeing someone. I'm pretty sure this is where another one of the barbarian armor sets are. Either that's the phantom armor, I forget. There is an armor bit up here. I just have to get up there somehow. Because you can't exactly ascend because it's too high. Well, actually, I think I have another idea. The answer is rocket shield. Puffer Beach Overhead Cave. Sweet. The power of rocket shields. Alright, the Phantom Helmet. Oh, and make sure I grab... Oh yeah, I gotta make sure I grab the booble frog. It's gonna be interesting seeing how many of the caves are optional, because I'll basically get a final total with booble gems when I've gotten all of them. Cool. Alright, then I will probably hit this one up next. I know this is technically another entrance to this cave, but oh well. Alright, it's probably the best way to get to it. Alright, so yep, I did not find the booble frog for this one, so definitely worth coming back here. Oh, there's the booble frog. Plus we got a chest. Oh. A boulder hammer. Okay, it just didn't spawn in when I came in here. Weird. Alright. So yeah, there's at least 2 caves in the Gerudo region that I didn't get the booble frogs. Alright, I'll go to... Okay, I got to that one already, just didn't take it off the map. Okay, then let's go back to the one by Kara Kara Bazaar. The Kara Kara Bazaar. Link has become bird. Into the sinkhole we go. Alright, so yeah, that was just another entrance that I didn't find earlier. Alright. So it looks like I found all the Boodle frogs over there. I'll give that one another go. Well, if I want to complete that old situation, I kind of have to. It's kind of funny, I can tell that some of these guides aren't complete, because, like, some have, like, some of the information, like, this is, like, or, like, for example, the caves will be like, this is how you enter, this is where the Boodle frog is, this is where kind of the points of interest are located. For that one, just straight up it says cave entrance question mark. Alright, so the cave is actually over here. Plus, I know there's at least a couple caves I didn't get the Boodle frog. Okay, there's the cave. Yeah, I was like, just knowing where the entrance is to an accurate level is kind of half the battle here. Spectacle Rock Cave. Oh, we got some tar pits in here. Yep. A Gerudo Claymore. There's the Boodle frog. That one's done. Probably warp back. Okay, so there is the cave here. I already found that one. Alright, so then I'll go grab the booble gems from those two caves. Oh, that is so cool! So if you're wearing the champion's helmet of whatever champion you have control of, they'll wear that helm. So when you're wearing the Von Boris helm, Tulin's wearing it. That's a pretty cool detail. So then, yeah, likely, yeah, now he's gonna be wearing that one. Sidon's gonna be wearing that, and Riju's gonna be wearing... Where the heck is Riju at? Where is Riju? There we go. That is a cool detail. But only when you're wearing that specific helm. Yeah, I would have never noticed that otherwise. That's cool. Well, you especially notice it on Tulin because he's with you and you're flying in the sky like this. Gotta re-find the cave entrances. Alright, where's the booble frog? There it is. Actually, just don't want to waste the durability on this thing. I'm gonna go switch to a weaker bow. Wow, the arrow actually catches on fire. Good to know. Okay, that one's done. Oh, there it is. Just missed it earlier. Okay, so those are done. Okay, so I never got the booble frog from that one, so let's go ahead and grab that while we're passing by. I'm honestly probably just gonna do a combo of grabbing booble frogs from existing caves and going to new caves. Just kind of working my way, I suppose, clockwise around the map. Alright, there's the booble frog. Okay, here's one that I didn't find, the booble frog. And I'll hit up that crater once I'm done. Oh, duh, I could have just warped to the shrine. Oh well. I got a Boodle frog to find first. Alright, yep, there's the Booble Frog. Gisa Crater Cave, and there's Booble Frog. Okay, so it looks like both the craters connect. Alright, so then we got this one that I haven't gotten the Booble Frog for, so I'll hit that up next. That's not a butthole clenching moment. It's like, oh, there's a silver Lionel nearby. Just lovely. So I got that already. I just have to find the Booble Frog. Poop! Oh yeah, I could totally do this. I just have to go around this vine. Sweet. Yeah, just a heads up, I'm not sure if anything's gonna happen, but I do hear thunder rolling outside, so in the event that I lose power, that's why. And at this particular point, I probably just end up wrapping the session up if the stream cuts to black. Alright, oh yeah, there's like there's like 4 caves that I just didn't get the Poogle gems. Wow. Gotta backtrack for those like crazy. Got all those. Then I gotta go back for that cave's Boogle gem. And then this cave's Boogle gem. So there's like 6 caves in the mountains. I gotta go back for the Boogle gem, and that's not even counting the caves I haven't gone to yet. So I'm definitely gonna be in the Heber region for a while. Definitely snow boots and this. Here we go. That was my best bet for being able to ascend in here, was actually getting on top of the shrine. Yeah, definitely a nice touch over the Breath of the Wild shrines, is actually being able to climb the shrines. Okie dokie. Okay, so now I'm in even colder territory. Which means, put this on, and we're good. Oh, totally, that was the cave I was just in. Whoops. I mean, at this point, I might as well commit to going to the entrance of the cave. Because the Booble Frog definitely wasn't at the exit. Or maybe it was, I don't know. Okay, there's the side entrance. Oh shoot, I gotta leave the water fast. Okay, I gotta hurry the heck up because I'm gonna lose health really quickly. Yep, and there's the Bubble Frog. Yeah, and I guess on the note of potentially losing power, I better make sure I save after I do everything, because you never know when the power's gonna... Well, I know the Switch itself will be fine, because that's going to be running on a backup battery, but that's about it. Okay, that one's done. Yeah, some of these I gotta make sure to remember is that they might be shrine caves. Yeah, so definitely another purpose of Yonobo is basically using them as a fire source. Because I won't know where the Booble Frog is until I get to it. there's the Boogle Frog. I'll be there to get you in like 3 seconds. I suppose I might finish some of these sooner because they might be part of an interconnected cave. Alright, that one's done. there's the booble frog. Whee! Alright, so then we got some new caves to go explore. I gotta be pretty specific with where I laid this out because I couldn't find this earlier. Still no dice. Oh, here it is. Yeah, as owner, I couldn't find it. I was looking in the wrong area. Chiquita Stone Grove Northwest Cave. Soldier's spear stick. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. Never mind, got it. Feathered edge. Oh wow, it just keeps going. And then we got a silver boss bokoblin army down here. And this might, yep, this is a two-way entry-exit area. Time for battle! Alright, cool, we got a decent sized amount of arrows. There's that entrance. Now back to go find the booble frog. There it is. Or I would not be surprised if this is where it was. Yep, there it is. Okay, that cave's complete. So then we got another cave over here. Still haven't found that glider set. I'm perplexed. Unless you find that in the depths, which is entirely possible. Yeah, I think the plan will be at least go for an hour and then see where I'm at. I do not expect to find all the caves today, because I know that's going to be a decent-sized undertaking. I mean, who knows? I made a lot of progress in an hour. We'll see what happens. Like, yeah, like I said, I'll see where I'm at in an hour. If I am that close to finishing the caves, I'll keep going. Ooh, a Lionel. Pretty much just do the taunt him at this point. Okay, don't threaten me with a good time. Nope, nope. And done. Tanagar Canyon East Cave. Feeling this is gonna be a boss fight, so gotta do some work first. Ruby. Still no sign of the booble frog. Then again, it could easily be this direction. Yep, there it is. Welcome in. Just going cave exploring. But first I'm killing a giant skeleton monster. Pew! Alrighty. Yep, and now the bone has been picked. The die has been cast and it is dead. Until the next blood moon. I will eternally have a bone to pick with that thing. Until Ganondorf's been destroyed. But until then, see you next blood moon, loser. Alright, so that cave's done. Then the debate becomes, where do I warp to go get to the cave? Decisions. Yeah, so I pretty much spent like the first like couple of hours of the stream finishing up all the side quests, so those are all done. And now I'm on to exploring the rest of the caves and grabbing all the booble gems and wrapping up that piece of completion. I do not expect to finish that today, because I'm probably only going to go for another hour, but at least make a dent in it. Because I also got to go back to some caves that I didn't get the booble gems from. But luckily, they are nicely marked, because they, when you've actually gotten the booble gem, there'll be a check mark next to the cave icon, so makes it really nice for you. Plus, I know there's like some armor pieces I haven't gotten yet, so that's also the main benefit of me exploring all these caves. Yeah, I was gonna say, that is a massive piece of completion that I just finished. Because, yeah, the only two pieces, or side quests that are left are basically, you complete them by beating the final boss. So, killing Ganondorf and rescuing Zelda, those are two main side quests, or main quests. But everything else is done. Actually, I wonder. No, it's just one star mark. wonder how much it says I have in terms of map completion. 66%, oh my gosh. Alright, where am I headed off to? Oh yeah, I'm going further than I thought I was going to. Yay, we got the Master Sword back. Yeah, I'm pretty much just tackling one piece of completion at a time, which is why I'm like, okay, caves are next. And then afterwards I'm going to be killing all the monsters. So that's going to be a massive undertaking eventually. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm not 100% sure what all constitutes as it, because I know there's, like, caves I haven't explored. I have to grab 4 of the Sage's Wills. Like, Addison has a bunch of quests that I have to help him with throughout Hyrule. There's killing all the monsters, and then there's getting all the Korok seeds amongst anything else that I might be missing. I think the Compendium's got something else in it entirely, because I don't think that would count towards map completion. If it did, that's ridiculous. I know that's one thing I definitely got to save up money for besides equipment upgrades is saving up for the Compendium, because unless I get a lot more pictures, it's likely going to cost about 20,000 rupees to finish it out. That's going to be a lot of money. Alright, I'm almost out of stamina. Ha 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 ha, no. Need one of these cakes. Alright, so it's around here somewhere. Because eventually this becomes a giant game of can you spot the cave? I swear some of the nooks and crannies in the mountains look like they're cave entrances, but they're not. Tamio River Downstream Cave. Also, this whole section might as well be called Killing Horiblins the Marathon. Rude! You rude piece of crap. I'll come back for you once I've killed a frog. So basically, you can exchange these for one with one of the NPCs for kind of just various boons, including like all the monster masks and other stuff. It's gonna be interesting once I'm done with this, like what the Boogle gem count's gonna be, as in like how many extra ones exist. Time to drown a Horiblin. All of them. Come on, get good, Horiblin. Go in the water, drown. Ah! This is one thing I found out the last session, is Horiblins can drown. Because I wasn't sure until that moment. Because, like, I knew Bokoblins and Moblins could drown. Obviously, Lizalfos can't because they're kind of more of an aquatic species, but Horiblins can, in fact, drown. I am the lifeguard. A Knight Claymore Spear. What do I want to get rid of? Probably this. Alright, then we got this cave. Yeah, that's definitely linking this game in a nutshell, especially with all the Koroks. There's like, I'm calling the police! I am the police. Those poor Koroks never stood a chance. Same thing with this crow. The number of times I've seen that crow spawn in that exact spot is kind of hilarious. Alright. So much clothing. Yeah, I'll eat one of the speed up meals. Yep, a nest right next to an apple orchard. Well, there's a dude that needs help. One-hit wonder! Whew, those monsters are a real pain in the neck. As a chef, there's no better way for me to thank you than with food. Hope this tickles your taste buds. A cheesy omelet. My name's Sabre. I'm a traveling chef constantly on the lookout for the freshest ingredients the caves can offer. If you need to do some cooking yourself, you're welcome to use my pot. I'm not sure how else to repay you. Wait, maybe I do. I can share all I've learned while going through the caves. Caves are full of valuable ingredients and ores. Think of them as Hyrule's natural treasure chests. Trust me, knowing your caves can be a major boon for travelers. For instance, there's an opening in the ground north of here that leads into a cave. If you break one of the ore deposits in there with a hammer, you can get ore, obviously, but more than that. There's flint for starting fires, rocks sell for seasoning your cooking, and luminous stones and gems sell for high prices. So if you find an ore deposit in a cave, make sure you break it. Hope our paths will cross again somewhere. So long and safe travels. Yeah, I'm definitely curious how many things can be made with cheese now that I know that cheese is a thing in this game. Because, I mean, the big one was pizza. Because basically you take that, a tomato, and some Tabantha wheat, and you got pizza. Yep, you can make pizza in this game. In fact, I will go demonstrate right now. And then we got ourselves cheese. Hylian tomato pizza. A pizza made with fresh Hylian tomato. Slices of melty Ateno cheese make it irresistible. Tan-tan. I don't know if you can make other types of pizza, I just know that's the basic way to make pizza in this game. I tried also making it with meat, but it just kind of comes out the same, so I think there might just be only one type of pizza you can make. Alright, where is the hole? Here it is. Sage Temple Cave. I will never not find triple speed up hilarious. Whee! Oh gosh, now I'm hungry. Ugh. It's like, why'd you have to bring up Cocoa Pebbles? Inadvertently. Yeah. Oh, there's the booble frog. Right in the butt. Especially cold milk. Okay, I was like, there's gotta be something down here. Yeah, Royal Claymore. The sword was enshrined in this temple to honor the sages. It was moved to Teflo, north of the Great Forest of Hyrule. Alright, that cave's done. Alright, might as well hit this one up while I'm at it. Yeah, I know that's another thing I could do for completion, is making all the recipes, because there's a couple hundred of them. I think based on what I saw, there's like 228 recipes, and between what I've been given and what I've made, I've done about 90 of them. There's just so many layers of completion. I'd basically have to spend an entire session just doing cooking, which would be fun. I just have to make sure I get the proper amount of ingredients so I can just go boom, boom, boom with it. Of course, just most of the time whenever I make meals, it's just meat sticks. Because they sell for so much money. Alright, where is the cave? Here is the cave. Now, where the heck is the Boogle Frog? Okay, so I gotta hold it down with something. Okie dokie. Alright, so the switch is on the inside. The plot thickens for how to get that one. Oh, goody. Gotta love it when Satan resurrects himself. Yippee! Oh yeah, well, I'm actually gonna let this play out because I noticed something when someone played this after like the Phantom Ganon ruse kind of was up. There is no longer a Phantom Zelda that talks during this scene. Thought that was a cool touch to be like, yep, the jig is up, Ganondorf. Because I just never let that cutscene play out after I did that, so I never would have noticed. Oh, there's the Booble Frog. Yeah, basically the whole gist is that, like, after the next number of Booble Gems. After, like, the upheaval happens and everything, like, there's constantly a Zelda that people are spotting that's doing malicious stuff turns out it was Ganondorf making a Phantom Zelda and basically just tricking everybody. Because the actual Zelda is, let's just say, not that. But then once you've officially, like, exposed his ruse, he's like, well, no need to hide this anymore. Which is why the Phantom doesn't show up. So yeah, so that's a pretty cool detail that, like, yeah, this is its complete silence as the monsters resurrect. How in the heck do you get this treasure chest? Pobla Foothills. Where the heck is this sucker? Alrighty. Where am I on the map anyways? Oh yeah, Dinosaur Lake. Okay, looks like it's just topaz. I'm not that... Oh, actually, I know exactly how you're supposed to get this, given I can reach. Teddy! Yeah, because I was like, I saw it was topaz on the guide. I'm like, yeah, I'll pass on that. But I'm like, oh, duh, you can move the treasure chest. Alright, so then we got this cave. Which, luckily, this shrine is inside of the cave, so it's just a matter of going to the spot where the Booble Frog's at. Yeah, because I'm basically multitasking as I'm going to get all the remaining caves and then going back to the caves I didn't get the Booble Frogs in, so... Kind of just trying to get them both done at once. I get some likes. Yeah, who would have thought? Yeah, I know there was, speaking of puzzles, there was one side quest that, I was kind of just, like, upset a little bit at, like, how easy the solution, well, okay, not easy the solution was, but, like, how straightforward it was, because, like, based on the, how the riddle was phrased, I was kind of going for more of a metaphorical way of how to solve it, but no, it ended up being super literal, and I'm like, gosh darn it. Thought I was being clever. Like, basically the riddle was like, go to like this cave and then have like the cave whistle. So I thought that it was like I was supposed to use Tulin's Gale to basically shoot wind out the cave entrance and like have it metaphorically whistle. No, literally you're supposed to just have Link whistle. I'm just like, gosh darn it, game. Well, there's the Booble Frog. Well, because I thought it was going to be a bit more clever because they were having to, like, solve a riddle, but I was like, alright, fine. Fine. I was looking it up on the guide, I'm just like, literally I just go and I'm just like, I look deadpan at the camera and I'm just like... because I'm just that disappointed. That'll be fair, it's definitely one of the funnier moments of the playthrough so far. Alright, then we got a couple of caves over here. It's just instructions. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'll probably hit it from the Sky Islands. Like, it is honestly probably the only time I have ever, like, done a side quest or, like, solved a puzzle where I've really just been like, really, game? Really? Because everything else I'm like, okay, fair enough, or, like, okay, yeah, I can see how that's solved. That was the only time I was like, really, game? Really? Really? Doing me dirty like this game. Yeah, he'll be okay. He's better at, you know, creating exploding devices and everything. Then again, he does become Professor Link if you do certain side quests. Which just further adds on to the Fire Emblem Three Houses Professor jokes, with Robert being the same, voiced by the same person who voices Dimitri in that game. Yeah, I was gonna say, you basically help the teacher teach the students classes at the Atenos school, and then he basically just gets referred to as Professor Link from that moment onward by that teacher and those students. Like, literally verbatim, Professor Link. Ah, hello, Hariblin. We're all screwed. Today I will help you create your own Korok torture devices. Open your books to page 53. How dare you, the audacity of the skeleton. Today we want to learn sword fighting. No, today we're going to learn how to make cheese. The Ateno farm hands really worked so hard to get this perfected, and now you're going to learn this craft. Doing my job. And thus time for one of my favorite things in this game. Crap. I mean, I guess. That's not what I meant to attach a rocket to. Alright. There we go. Not rocket sword, rocket shield. Well, it's just nice being able to go through these caves because you get a bunch of bomb flowers. Because that was in a very short supply a bit ago. Same thing with arrows, which is why I kind of had to, like, take a pause on what I was doing and go just grab a couple hundred arrows. I think I was down to, like, under 20. Alright, I think that, yeah, there's a crack in there. Whether or not it leads to the Booble Frog, we'll find out in 5 seconds. Haha! It's like I'm learning how to do these. Who would have thunk? Alright, so yep, that's an interconnected cave, so those are both done. Because that's the thing, is all these treasure spots are cave entrances, so they may be part of the same cave. But I won't definitively know that until I actually go explore. Alright, so there's a couple of caves by... Oh, there's a cave right next to the shrine. There's so many caves. So many caves to find and so many Booble Frogs to shoot with arrows. All because one guy wants to turn into a Satori. Like, really wants to turn into a Satori. Like, you have no idea how much he obsesses over it. He obsesses about it almost as much as Flower Lady obsesses with flowers. Which Zelda apparently appoints as the one of the royal gardeners. Which, like, to be fair, she is passionate about keeping flowers alive, so fair enough. Whistling Hill Cave. Who wants some? Alright, Yunobo, you're up. And honestly, you almost want to wait until you have Yunobo before you start exploring caves, because, like, it's a much easier way to be able to break down all these breakable walls, because you don't waste as many bombs that way. Well, in fact, like, when they get to a certain tier, you can't break it with bombs. You have to use Yunobo, or just basically make your own rock hammer, but Yunobo kind of expedites the process a bit. Up, I hear Booble Frog. I'm gonna need a blade. Ooh, a hearty truffle. Alright. Here, froggy, froggy, froggy. And I'll go find the frog in a few minutes. Because I found a bomb. Alright. Alright, there's an entrance over there, and then there's something up here. Oh no, it's the poop-like legs. I heard that joke once, and I will never unsee it. Yeah, it is a pretty unique design. Because, yeah, just in comparison, the other variants of it seem pretty lifeless. Although, to be fair, I know they haven't been in a main series entry in a while. Well, plus, I know they stepped it up by making elemental variants of it. Plus, just one that's just straight up chucks rocks at you. Well, the nice part is it doesn't take your shields this time. In fact, it usually gives you shields. Definitely get rid of these. Alright. No, they don't take your shields, they just, you just defeat them, and yeah, 9 times out of 10 they'll usually give you a shield. Actually, I think it might be every single time, but I was just trying to remember if they gave you something else besides shields. But I don't think they do. Okay, there's the next portion, so I gotta kill this one. Oop. Yeah, the elemental ones are a bit trickier because you have to wait for them to fire off their elemental attack before they show their weak spot. Plus, the elemental ones usually have a bit more health. Ooh, another one. See, I don't need the Gerudo shield anymore. Actually, just in case I have to make a... well, the problem is these things are so rare, and if I have to ever remake the Champions weapons, I'm gonna need one of those. Make sure to go drop it off in a bit. But yeah, another key tip with cave exploration, if you see structures and poles that look like this, it means there's a treasure in here. Specifically for one of the pieces of equipment. Alright, and I have the entire rubber set now. Sweet. Alright, so before I continue, I'm going to go back to the house and go drop off equipment. Yeah, because I didn't find any of the pieces of the barbarian armor until today, because, like, you just have to be going to the correct caves. Yep, especially when the wrath of Pharaoh themselves is striking down on Link. Just trying to remember which god it was for a sec, or which dragon it was. Yeah, Pharaoh I know is technically the god. Yeah, this is one of the things you can do in this game. It's basically the replacement for the Hateno house side quest, because that's technically Zelda's house now. Basically, once you talk to people in Terrytown, you can build your own house, and you can kind of, you can put whatever you want in there, like I think it always starts with like a bedroom and an entryway, but it is basically a permanent way to store a certain amount of bows, shields, and weapons. And they will always stay there, and they won't go anywhere. Alright, so I'm gonna go and drop this. Alright. Yeah, because you see I got some of the Champions weapons and some of the rare weapons here. But you can only build a finite amount of stands, and then you can only have up to 15 units in your house. So you have to choose very wisely how you work it. Like, I barely got this whole system to work where basically it's all weapon displays with the exception of a bed. And it somehow let me do this. Basically, that's the lower floor, and then the upper floor is just weapon displays. But it actually let me keep an empty slot here so I can just walk in here. Because you can also build stairwells, but it's like, yeah, if I want to fit all these in here, I have to sacrifice something. I know there is a kitchen. I don't know if you could store pantry items. I'm not sure. Yeah, just for placeholder stuff. Alright, so got all those, and then oh, did I build this upside? Oh no! Oh no, I built this upside down on accident. I gotta go fix that. Yeah, because that's the negative side, is like, if you're building it, you have to make sure you do it correctly, because you can't access certain rooms if you build it upside down. Alright, I think that's the only one with that problem, so I just gotta go flip that. Okay, that should be fixed then. Yeah, I can show off the rooms really quick. So yeah, there's kind of like your standard rooms that connect to your rooms, so you got like angled rooms and square rooms, and you can also furnish them for more money. And then you got your weapon, bow, and shield rooms, There's a gallery for you can hang a painting, or like whatever photo you want to put in there. You could put in, I don't know why you would put in another bedroom, but you can. A kitchen so you can make whatever food you want. A blessing room which will just permanently put a goddess statue down there. Paddock, so that'll you can use that to keep your horse there. Foyer, that's kind of like an entry and exit way. A study, which kind of just for aesthetics. And then you've got indoor stairs and outdoor stairs, a garden pond, and a flower bed.
Ah.
Into the square hole. So that's the kind of customization you can do with the house, but like I said, you can only have up to 15 units. So you gotta make sure you build wisely. Yeah, if I had one more space, I definitely would have put a kitchen in, but I was like, yeah, I'd rather prioritize weapon storage. And I was like, I've killed so many Yiga. It's not even a joke. And that's the thing, is I'm not exactly sure if there's like a height limit. I think I've seen triple story houses, like most of the ones I've seen are like double story like this. Because as you might have seen, like there was kind of like a square that you had to build within, but yeah, like I said, I don't know if there was a height limit or not. Alright, so that's done. There is a cave over here. Plus, it looks like I didn't find the Booble gem for this, so I might as well go for it while I'm over here. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a whole thing that just like, unless you know it's there, you just wouldn't know. Because the only hint that you potentially get is like you're supposed to talk to Hudson's wife, Runson, over there to kind of get it initiated, but first you have to send their daughter off. Because she has to go to Gerudo Town because she's of age. And then once that's done, then you can build your dream home. Woohoo! Oh, easy enough. I guess I just missed it earlier. Yeah, I was gonna say, there is so much to do. Oh, yeah, no wonder I couldn't find it. The Booble Frog was on this side of the cave. So many bubbles! Alright, then we got a cave over here. Easy enough. Gotta love it. North Akala Beach Cave. And then I saw a Horiblin back there, so I gotta be careful. So many Horiblin! Back, Satan. Oh, there's another... Yeah, this is definitely a decent-sized cave. And fine, I'll kill you since you want to pick a fight, you darn blue Horiblin. Then we got the treasure chest over here. Alright, enjoy the goods. Yeah, so I'm probably going to be going for like 10 to 20 more minutes or so anyways. I'd like to be wrapping up the cave exploration next session. And I'll have to go hunt a crap ton of monsters. Oh, it's the poop like again. Ignoring you for now, because I got a frog to go hunt. Oh, there's a Hinox down here. Yeah, because that's another thing I've noticed, is that some of the monsters are actually in these caves. Like, there's been several caves where I've seen Hinoxes and Stalnoxes. Alright, might as well use this sucker up. Not grabbing the claymore. Oh, never mind. And dead. Alright, go ahead and get rid of this. Oh, I see, that's how it connects. Gotta love finding out that these caves connect. That's one less thing I gotta find later. Oh, there's the booble frog. Well, time for rocket shields. Okay, yep, no, it's still slippery. Well, but I got more stamina meals if I need it. Be interesting to see where this leads to. I just gotta let this play out, because yeah, if I jump, it'll slip automatically. The slip resistance only works when you're just standard climbing. should be like one or two more go-arounds, and I should be fine. Alright, probably should and take some stamina meals. Alright. Yeah, I was like... Oh, that's what that leads to. Gotcha. Right, yep, there's the glue mans. Alright, fine, I'll do it the boring way. Okay, explosives are pretty fun, but I just want to be able to tackle it now that I get enough HP and everything. Alright, phase 2. Woohoo! Loom Club. Which I know I definitely haven't gotten a photo of yet. And I got another Demon King bow. Sweet. That's 2 more down. Oh yeah, I haven't gotten the Boomble Gems in it. Yeah, because I know there's that whole section. Yeah, I was like, that's pretty much the gist of it. It's just this whole section plus a couple of Elden Cave ones. Yeah, pretty much the entire right side of the map, what it looks like. Like I said, I should be able to finish it next session, but it definitely might take like an hour or so to do the rest of those. I think I'm just gonna go for this cave and then kind of start wrapping stuff up, like fusing weapons, making meals, the lot. Well, because, yeah, I guess, like I said before, once Pikmin 4 comes out, this is, until that game is done, this is getting bumped down to once a week. And depending on how much I want to focus on plot progression in Pikmin 4, I might not even stream this next week. I'll see where I'm at. I think I'm pretty much just going to stream it on Wednesday and see if I want to continue and on with a second session for the week. With this, I no longer have to worry about spoilers, but Pikmin 4, boy do I. Crenal Hills Cave. Lots of luminous stone. Plus, it looks like there's a treasure in here. Alright. Yeah, it's like, based on what this looks like, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a stone talus fight. Nope, almost. There we go. Alright, so I gotta go find the treasure and the booble gem. Which, actually, now that I think about it, they're probably past all these luminous stones. Yanobo, buddy, pal, chum, let's do this. Oh, I totally know where I think I'm supposed to go here. I think it's this direction. Yep, there's an opening. Now they're going good. Just took down another stone talus. And now I'm wearing its heart as a prize. Because Link is a weirdo. Then again, this is the guy who collects heart containers from enemies, so there's that. Alright, and there's the barbarian armor kind of mid-piece. So the helm's somewhere else. First things first, I gotta go hunt down a frog. And why would it be anything else? I hear frog. Now where is the frog? Oh, there it is. Must have freed it at some point. Either that or it was just up there the whole time and I just didn't notice until now. Either are likely plausible. Actually, you know what? Since I got the gut up, I can just definitively say what it was. Okay, so yep, it was in that chamber where the treasure was. So yeah, it didn't escape until I opened that. Froggy! Where's Big the cat when you need him right now? Okay, so that's that. Then I was gonna go to Ateno and go get compendium pictures so that I don't spend the money on anything else. Trying to think if it does. I don't know if it does. Because, like, any fish... I mean, like, I know that was Breath of the Wild, but any fishing I did in that game was technically remote bomb fishing. Which, of course, no longer exists in this game. So you have to get a bit more creative, like with bows and arrows. Alright. I'm definitely going to want to prioritize my money on these because these are harder to find. Okay, so I could buy 26 pictures. So let's see, how many pictures is left? Because now I actually have a definitive number of how many I have to grab still. 28 plus 14 plus 47. 124 pictures remain. Which is going to cost about 12,500 rupees. Well, I got a dent in it. It's technically not a side quest, but it's kind of part of completion is filling out the entire compendium. Which, yeah, there's 5 categories. There's creatures, which is like animals and the like, and then you got monsters, materials, equipment, and then ore deposits and treasure chests. Plus, you can just look for all those at any time you want later. I think, like, getting the compendium is a side quest, but just, it's pretty much, if you're going for completion, that's what you're doing. Of course, you try to take as many photos as possible, but at some point you just want to, or at least for me, I just want to, like, speedline the process. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm willing to pay tens of thousands of rupees just to get this done. Which, of course, that's a whole nother thing, is rupee farming. Alright, so that's done. Really is a Pokedex after a while. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go to this cave while I'm right over here. Go grab the Booble Gem. But yeah, that's definitely one of those I'd like to finish this before the playthrough's over kind of things, but there's no fixed deadline on when I'm doing it. Shut up! Yeah, the Horiblins make some weird noises. No, that was the Horiblins screeching in pain. Alright, so there's the cave entrance, so let's go back. Fine. I'll interrupt my Booble Frog gem hunting quest to take down this Horiblin briefly. Oh, I see the cave continues this direction. There it is. Yeah, this whole area was flooded until I was, drained the water so I could get access to the shrine, so I couldn't have gotten the Booble Gem before this anyways. Okay, that's done. So yep, I kinda got this whole cluster, and yeah, I guess I'll tackle that next session. Alright, back to Lookout Landing, where I will kind of wrap up. You know, there's like a couple of equipment items. I like to get fusions going on, but I'll do that when I get back to base. Give me more bombs. Alright, next order of business is fusing a bunch of weapons. Alright, that should be good to go then. Alright, Master Sword is gonna be 15 more seconds. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, it's a nice part that of like saving up my monster parts for so long. It's like, yeah, I can suddenly get thousands of rupees off of it. Because, yeah, they're only worth a couple of rupees a piece, but when you add them up, it's like, you suddenly have thousands of rupees. What did you poach today, Professor? Only the finest of moblins. Alright, then I'm going to use this money for potential equipment upgrades, unless I just can't really do much. Then it's going to go towards the compendium fund. Oh, have you not seen the Great Fairies in either of these games? They're massive. The four of them look different, but they're all the same size. Alright, then, yeah, definitely the barbarian armor. Alright, so it's pretty much just the soldier's helm and the Hylian tunic. Alright, that's everything I can do for now. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's different than it is in Breath of the Wild because, well, just how the fairy fountains work in general. Alright, I was gonna go drop off more of my money. Yeah, because, like, with Breath of the Wild, you pay money to have the fairy fountains unlock, and they gradually get more expensive as they go on. But then once you're in there, all it costs is materials. Whereas in this game, there's a whole side quest chain just to unlock the fairy fountains. And then once you finally have it, it costs money and materials. So they really make you work for it, but then there's also more equipment that can be upgraded. Particularly the DLC outfits from Breath of the Wild can now be upgraded in this game. So yeah, this is that's really where you need a lot of your money. That and the compendium. Well, for sure that, because at least with these you could get all the photos. With that, it requires money. Alright, so I will take 9 of your finest photos, please. And then I'm gonna go grab 15 more rupees, because that's another photo. Like, any dents I can make in this process is definitely welcome. Of course, earlier I needed a bunch of money because to make the champion's weapons, you need like, depending on which one you're making, you need like 3 or 4 units of diamond, which you can just hope you get lucky enough on ore deposits, or you can just bypass the process and get them for 1,000 rupees a piece in Goron City, which is what I definitely did. It's like, yeah, I know this would take a while otherwise. And I'll grab some arrows instead. I could always use more arrows. Back to Lookout Landing. Yeah, like, trust me, is that nice, because otherwise it takes a while. I was surprised you could even buy diamond, let alone that many, and of course it resets every blood boon, so you can buy 3 units every cycle. Oh yeah, that was one other thing I was gonna go do, I forgot about, was getting another shield slot from Hestu. Now that I got enough Korok seeds. There's still about 810 Korok seeds to get. Oh my gosh, the Korokening is gonna be a thing. My gosh. Yeah, it's the last thing I plan on doing for this this whole Let's Play, and it's gonna be a time. Like, the plan is to basically just put down 300 spots at a time, because that's all the game will allow me to do. Well, technically 306 if you count the beacons, and then just do like 2 or 3 cycles of that. Well, ideally speaking, because there's always a chance I might just miss them as time goes on, although that's kind of why I'm using a guide, because that'll help me keep track of what I'm missing. Alright, so I got 269 arrows, cool. So I'm just gonna leave it there then. Alright, so thanks for tuning into the stream. I was able to get the rest of the side quest done, and we'll likely wrap up getting through all the caves next time. So in terms of the schedule for the rest of the week, it's going to be more Hatton time and starting up Dokapon Kingdom tomorrow. And that wraps it up. So yeah, thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care.